Hey everyone, Kirostyle here. Thanks so much for coming to the stream. Welcome to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So I've been super excited for this game. Been waiting for the day to come out. Been planning the stream for a while, so I hope it goes well. I think I figured out all the technical issues from yesterday's stream, so fingers crossed that it works pretty well. I have it hooked up to my Nintendo Switch this time, so I'm using a capture card, and that seems to run a little bit smoother because my computer is not super great. So before we get going, maybe a little bit of an introduction to Ace Attorney for those of you that might be new to the series. So Ace Attorney, or in this case, in the Japanese name, is called Gyakuten Saiban. And Gyakuten Saiban means turnabout trial. And basically the idea is there's these trials where you're trying to figure out like who the murderer is, and you got to figure out how to defend your client and prove that they're innocent. Now, even though it's called like Ace Attorney, personally I think these games are more of like murder mystery and visual novel than they are actually like about lawyering. So I think the interesting thing about these games is it's a little bit more about how done it instead of who done it, because a lot of times partway through the trial or the case it'll become increasingly obvious who did it, but then it's just a matter of proving their guilt beyond a doubt and also giving them a reason to basically confess. So Ace Attorney's been around for a while. The first Ace Attorney game came out in 2001 for Game Boy Advance in Japan, and then it was later ported to the Nintendo DS, and that was the version that we got in the West. So the Great Ace Attorney is kind of a spin-off series. There's 2 games in the spin-off series, and you don't need any knowledge of the regular Ace Attorney games in order to understand these games. They have the same gameplay, the same idea behind them, but all the characters and the plot are original. So if this is your first game, don't worry about, feeling lost or anything like that. So the Great Ace Attorney, the first of the 2 games, which is called The Great Ace Attorney Adventures when localized, came out in 2015. It was the 3rd game for the 3DS in the Ace Attorney series, so they made use of all the 3D technology to do their animations. So it came out after Dual Destinies and before Spirit of Justice, because Dual Destinies was 2013, Spirit of Justice was 2016. And the Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve, came out in 2017. So it has been a few years since these games were around, and they haven't been localized or translated. There were some fan translations, but nothing official. So I'm a big fan of this series. I would say that I'm not like a huge Ace Attorney fan, but I'm a big Great Ace Attorney fan because I think these spin-offs are the best games of the entire series that they have to offer. So I played this before using the fan translation. Originally I wasn't going to because I was kind of holding out that they would localize it, but it had been too long. So a couple years ago I finally bit the bullet and watched a fan translation, and it was really good. I didn't expect to be so enthralled by a game that I wasn't actually playing at the time. So the neat thing about these games is they take place at the dawn of the 20th century. So that's Meiji period Japan and Victorian era London. So Shu Takumi, the creator of Ace Attorney, had been wanting to make a Sherlock Holmes game for a while, and then his idea was combined with Ace Attorney. Now, one of the reasons why these games weren't localized right away was because of copyright issues. So the Doyle estate is very protective over their copyright for Sherlock Holmes. You might think Sherlock Holmes is public domain by now, but he's not. Now, in this game, in the Japanese version, there is a character who is named Sherlock Holmes, and a lot of the adventures they go on in this game are references to Sherlock Holmes novels. Now, when they localized it, they had to change his name into Herlock Sholmes, which sounds kind of silly, but it's actually not the first time we've used the name Herlock Sholmes before. Herlock Sholmes was actually a name used by Maurice Leblanc when he was writing his novels on Arsène Lupin, the Gentleman Thief. You might be familiar with the name Arsène because that's the name of Joker's persona in Persona 5. And in one of his books, Arsène Lupin, the Gentleman Thief, faces off against Sherlock Holmes. Now, he was asked not to use the name Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, so he just changed the name into Herlock Sholmes as kind of a parody to him, but it's kind of more of a tribute to him. So the name Sherlock Holmes is used a lot of times when people don't have the copyright for Sherlock Holmes. And, I heard that they're so picky about the use of Sherlock Holmes that, one time there was I think it was like a TV show, or maybe it was like a Netflix series, where the Doyle estate sued them over using Sherlock Holmes, not because they were using his name, but because they stated that he was showing too much emotion. So they sued them. So people have to be very careful at using the name Sherlock Holmes. So that was one of the problems with the localization. The other problem was Ace Attorney, the original Ace Attorney games, were set in Japan, modern day Japan. But when they localized it, they decided, hey, people in North America don't want to know about Japan. They probably don't care about it. It was the early 2000s. So they changed the setting to Los Angeles. Now, the problem comes when the original Ace Attorney games were supposed to be a critique on the Japanese court system, where people were guilty until proven innocent. And I'm not really sure how their court system has changed since then, but it was like most decisions were made by like the single judge. As the games progressed, there are more and more references to Japanese culture. But because they already, in the localization, said that these happened in Los Angeles, they're like, well, what do we do? They're referencing Japanese culture. So they had to work around that and kind of make silly excuses. But then it became a little ridiculous. In the later games, they were going to like Rakugo theaters, and there was a case on yokai. And later on, it kind of became a tongue-in-cheek joke that like, oh, we're in Los Angeles, but it's actually Japan, but not really. So they've kind of taken that in stride. Now, for this game, because it does take place in Japan, they decided to keep it in Japan and just say that this character is one of the ancestors of Phoenix Wright, and they kept his Japanese name. So I've been reading about the developer blogs, and they said the idea behind localization in this game was they wanted to be authentic yet accessible. So authentic because they wanted to stick to the original source material, but accessible because they want people in the West to understand it. Now, one new feature for this game is there's an auto-advancing story feature, which means if you don't actually want to play the game, you can turn it on, and the game will just run itself for you, including all the decisions to get to the right ending. You can turn it on in the settings, but if you turn it on, you don't get any achievements for getting through the game. So that auto-advancing story feature was actually a feature requested by one of the producers as a selling point for the game, but they didn't really get extra money or budget to do it. Luckily, they already had a debug mode, which sort of did the same thing, and they just had to implement it. But they said that if they had more time, they would have wanted to put a hint system instead of an auto-advancing story system. This game also has autosave for the first time. Usually these games don't have autosave, you have to manual save. So that's pretty cool, and all the story chapters are already unlocked. So if you've already got this game and you've watched some of it on YouTube, or you want to just start partway through because you know what happens, you can do that. And all the chapters are called adventures. Normally in Ace Attorney, they're called turnabouts, to reference the name of the title and also to show that they turn the trial around, but they're called adventures because they're supposed to be references to Sherlock Holmes' adventures. Okay, so that was a lot of talking, introduction, let's get going. So here's the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So as you can see, I can flip between this and the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. And if I want, I can do Select Adventure, and I can pick one of the chapters, and I can just start from wherever I want. We'll start with a new game, of course, because this is a new playthrough.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Okay, so let me know if the volume needs to be turned up anywhere between the game music and my voice. But I really like the music in this game. They did a really good job. They took inspiration from Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney game, because that was also taking place in the UK. So I really like the choice of instruments. They really made sure to stick to period instruments for a lot of these things. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, waiting my trial. So just as a little aside, so they kept his Japanese name Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Phoenix Wright's Japanese name is Ryuichi Naruhodo. So Naruhodo means kind of like, I see, I understand. They also chose, when they romanized his name, so usually Ryunosuke, if you're following the Hepburn romanization system, you would have 2 U's after the Y. And they decided to use a modified version of the localization, or the modified or revised Hepburn. Basically, it takes away the extra U. And part of the reason is to conserve space, so they have more space in the text boxes, and also to increase readability, because having only 1 U makes it more obvious to a non-Japanese speaker how to pronounce his name. They also wanted to avoid font issues, because if they decide to put the little lines over the letters, a lot of fonts don't come with those lines, and then they have to like make those types of fonts themselves, which is a lot of work. Oh, and again, I've played this game before, so I know how the story kind of goes, but I won't spoil you guys as we go, and hopefully no one spoils anything in the chat for you guys as we go either. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities, look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, sorry, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this, I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. So this is Kazuma! He is the coolest. He's probably my favorite Ace Attorney character in the series, of all of the games. See how his headband flutters in the wind even though there's no wind? Very cool. They actually intentionally did that. The art director was very specific that he wanted that to happen and add so much to his character. His design is designed to have a little bit more of a Western influence than Ryunosuke's here. I also might refer to this character as Asogi, which is his last name, because in the Japanese version they call him by last name. So I need to get used to calling him Kazuma. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... I believe in you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. So again, Asogi usually has a U after the O. Sometimes you'll see it romanized that way, but with their decision to do this revised Hepburn romanization, he does not have the extra U. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in this university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I don't know, it makes his headband flutter in the wind or something like that. It's pretty cool. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me! We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. Think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Hey, welcome to the stream! It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. Never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who's this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Huh? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand, why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear, I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Huh. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? What am I, at a wedding or something like that? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin! Proceed to the courtroom at once! It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. See, I'm not sure if we should trust Mikotoba. We only just met him. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. They're all faceless and generic NPC models. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Hope that voice isn't going to be too annoying for Ouchi. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for the— Yes! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. Oh, look at his eyes. He's all nervous. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel. Really? So, in every Ace Attorney game, the first trial is always a tutorial trial, and the prosecutor you face in the other Ace Attorney games is always Winston Payne or Gaspin Payne, his brother. And they look pretty similar to Ouchie here. So Winston Payne, obviously his name is a pun on winced in pain, and his brother is gasped in pain. And then in Professor Layton vs. Ace Attorney, there's a guy named Flinch who looks suspiciously like them, who is your tutorial prosecutor. So in this game, we have Ouchie here, who is basically Winston Payne and Gaspin Payne's ancestor. And his name's Ouchie because it's supposed to sound like ouchie, so following the same naming pattern as outbursts of pain, I suppose.
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? They also chose to use the san and the Japanese honorifics when the Japanese characters are speaking and referring to each other. And you'll see when they speak to the English characters, they'll use Mr. and Mrs. to kind of show that dissonance, because one of the themes of this game is the clash between East and Western values, so they intentionally left that in. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's get started with the very simplest of questions. Yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of R. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. The press... Wait, why isn't it working? Maybe it's because he's talking. I just have to press R for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. Oh, there, now it's available. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Okay, so there's Kazuma, my best friend, Mikotoba, the professor, Ouchi, the prosecutor. So this is the victim, John H. Wilson. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So in the Japanese version, or the original version, this is John Watson. So they had to change his name because of copyright, so that's why it's John Wilson, but it's supposed to be Watson, so you can treat him as if he's John Watson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone here who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Ugh, but I didn't do it. Hey, welcome to the stream! This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. Wow, Kazuma, you're really keeping things real here. So that's why this trial has those unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. So again, we can open up the court record. And post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
Yes!
Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes. that's right, the post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photograph print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? Oh, sorry, that's me. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. That doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. I don't know how you control the wind around your head like that. Are you some kind of wind mage or something, Kazuma? Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at Western-style restaurant called The Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me clarify something here. Why did I interject with the word yes? Well, I did pick up a gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But... next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at the table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. Oh yeah, so there's actually a reason why they use the yes instead of the hold it or the objection yet, and you'll see why later in this case. In the Japanese version, he says hi. So he goes hi to kind of interrupt. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Well, I guess we should wait. Now's not the time for that. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never gotten to UMA University otherwise. But you can't always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me. What are you gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Hey, welcome to the stream. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? It's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Hopefully he doesn't have a disease or anything like that. It's not like we're in a pandemic right now. So, the court has now heard a process of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, then the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. but I must warn the defense, you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Believe in me who believes in you! Your drill is the one that pierces the heavens! What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. See, Kazuma's such a badass, see? I'll put my hearts on for him. He's so cool. I wish I had a best friend like Kazuma. Yeah, his headband, totally cool. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iyasa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir! Myself, I find employee as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Kiro Korakuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnaval. Yeah, the puns are really good, aren't they? It's like a yes, sir. So I think those two, their names have been changed from the Japanese version because they're kind of minor NPCs, and so they decided to give him some more punny names. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnaval because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Oh yeah, Korakuta is like correcta. You see, I feel like they decide to be all more on the nose with their puns. I remember in Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, those name puns were very, very on the nose compared to before. Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what could only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir! Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine gold curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my most mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! That cruel and unforgivable enemy! He's doing a lot of yes, sir, and affirmative sounds, so I guess that's where his name came from. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to what that criminal was, or who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Okay, so this is where the gameplay actually comes into this game. Cross-examine? Do it now! Yes, we have heard, Your Excellency. There is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? Like how he, very shyly raises his hand, yes, teacher, I have something to say. The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Hey, don't call my friend that. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, it's irrelevant. Kazuma's so commanding. He's so dreamy. He's the best friend I could ask for. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright. This is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive evidence, or decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then, it's all or nothing. I like how Kazuma slams the desk and it's so commanding, and then Ryunosuke hits the desk and it's like a little slap. Like, ka-chink. Okay, so this is the same dialogue they said earlier, so I'm not gonna read it out loud. But basically what you can do, if you haven't played an Ace Attorney game before, is you can scroll through their dialogue, and you basically have to find out which statement is false. And whatever's false, you have to present evidence to the contrary. Now, what you can do is you can press, where you can press, in this case, the L button, and basically ask them to elaborate on each statement. So you can press each statement individually. So again, I've played this game before in Japanese with the fan translation, so I know what happens. But I don't remember exactly each and every tiny detail. So what I'm going to do is, just for the sake of time, just because there's a lot of reading in this game, I'm not going to press every single statement unless I feel it is necessary or I don't remember what to do. Sometimes you actually need to press because then they add statements to their testimony, but I'm going to try to do this without pressing more than I need to. So let me just review what evidence I have. So gunshot wound to the chest. Yeah, there it is. And then a photograph, he was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So he said... Where is it? Oh, here it is. Fired in the back. So I'm going to present evidence of the contrary. I think both of these will work. Gunshot wound... Oh no, to the chest. Well, I guess I'll use this one. Yeah.
Yes!
I like how the old man's just vibing. He's like just jittering in his spot. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here as I daintily slap this desk. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Oh, hear that? That's Kazuma's theme. Doesn't it feel so protective? It feels so safe? I really like the music in this game. I think the character themes are really, really good. Kazuma. What? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? No one saw that. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir! Oh, look at that cute little baby. You might have noticed when he was talking earlier, you could hear like a little bit of baby whining in the background. I tried not to talk over it if I could, just so you can hear it. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh, look at that! Kazuma getting him back with the same insult. Oh, he's so cool. Gah! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Don't say yes to that. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I had already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoenara Koban! My prize coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket, a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasite. Or is that Ruste? Rusty? In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoei treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. Is Koban vanished?
Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was only concerned with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
Huh?
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise through the ranks, sir. Name, Aido. So it's like Aido Nosa. I don't know, sir. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Good pun there, Kazuma. You're amazing. Aido Tin Shun! Or Ten Shun! Your father is about to quell the enemy! Watch and learn, my boy! His little snotty nose. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman. I'm Yoda now, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly...
Yes!
You cut me off there. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene, or is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi, will have contributed to the amity of those two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet.
What?
What you said is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times. So here's our cross-examination. So it's the same text, so I'm not gonna read it out loud, but I forgot to mention, if you're not familiar with Ace Attorney, those 5 symbols in the top right, those are like attorney badges. Those are like my health points. So if I make if I make a mistake, they take away 1 of my health points, and if I get 0, it's game over. Okay, even if saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged. There's only person now present. Dining by himself. Okay, so I think this time I need to start pressing them. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Let me just remind myself what evidence I have. Oh cool, there's a magnifying glass. Not that it super helps in this situation. Let's press him.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing after all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you? Can't see, you're wearing those glasses.
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
Have what?
Tension!
The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Corrector-san?
Yes.
Or yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young man in black. That much I myself did see.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. In exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the koban from the floor and I find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one here appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty, it's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was? Oh yeah, okay, I know what to do now.
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
Hey, welcome to the stream, thanks for coming. What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hata Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. Oh, Hata Clinic is the name of a clinic in Ace Attorney 2 and 4? I can't remember if it's in 3, but it's a reference. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report to be submitted as evidence or not? Yes.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible venues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Okay, so this is what we need. What we need right now are new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, correct-san.
Okay, so the medical report says that he... Let's have a look at it. Oh wait, does it not say? 'Cause I already know what this medical report is, because I know the plot of the game, but I don't think we know that yet. Okay, let's see.
Oh, maybe I have to press the next thing and then get a new piece of dialogue. Wait, I was pressing corrector, right, when I... Did I press this one? Okay, I'll press this one. I don't remember if I pressed the third statement.
Yes!
I need them to elaborate on the medical report. So you actually saw with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. For both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, that's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. If no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel it changes much. I can't see it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report you got before. Oh, here we go. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Oh, they're going to give me the tutorial on examining it. That's why I wasn't able to open it. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the right stick to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using the left stick... Yeah, I know, Kazuma, thank you. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. It's still not letting me. See if there isn't something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use R and L and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Oh, okay, they're just gonna make me do it. So, in past Ace Attorney games, they would actually translate all the words on the evidence in the documents. In this game, they figured they would keep the Japanese text on the reports that are supposed to be in Japanese, and instead, hovering over it gives you the translation. And in fact, they mentioned that this would not have been possible back on the Game Boy Advance or even the DS in terms of localization. So this is kind of a new feature for this game in terms of translation, because the 3DS is more powerful, so they can do this. says Hada Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? But when I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Okay, so I guess I didn't need that. Oh, I should be opening it. That's what I need to do. I'm gonna skip over this. Oh, I got an achievement. Healthy curiosity. Okay, this is what I need. You wonder if you hover over ramen, they'll have English subtitles reading hamburgers as like a tongue-in-cheek. Maybe. That'd be funny. The Ace Attorney Twitter likes to poke fun at its own localization. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the date the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia, although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Okay, that's what we need. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay, so I think it's the dining on himself, right? Because he couldn't have been dining by himself because he just had tooth surgery.
Yes!
Well, I think, About what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand up straight like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what you want to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully, just say what you're thinking. Oh, alright. Thanks for the advice. Oh, here it comes! Correct-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But...
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further.
Oops, I skipped over.
The witness testifies the court, or the witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for that simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly perpetrated the...
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
No, what? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic issued the report card. It's a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? I never see the dentist myself.
Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, oh yeah, the table has a louder smack to it now. Ryunosuke is finding his footing. As I told you, as a result, the victim has been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure when anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't be.
Correct-san.
What, boy, what?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. That cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an unknown third party. Obviously, it could only have been someone who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Ah, he's so cool. Kazuma's the best. Kazuma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel, I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand.
What?
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if now turns out the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder? No!
Get him, Kazuma. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they... told us.
I like how you can hear the pinwheel blowing in the background.
Oh.
What? What did you just say, Correcta-san?
No.
You were just following orders?
Now hold on, lad, I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this!
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified! He's pulling on his mustache. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to the murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening! Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Achi has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever really did it did wield his or her power here. How? How could we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose! I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this, I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this,
Well, Your Excellency.
No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout the first name that comes into my head. Okay, so... waiter's business card. And if we rotate it behind it... well, that's unexpected. What is this? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... okay, so now... besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly was a waiter.
What? If he truly were...
Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said, the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is the police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard of any mention of this before? No one tells me anything.
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch.
It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course. Of course. Your salary must be terrible.
I was working undercover.
Undercover?
Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover.
Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents?
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. You will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable. As I suspected.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened.
The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Huh? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right.
One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazuma?
Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman.
What?
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime,
I thought it was prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Ms. Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying at the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation.
Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem?
Look at his smile. Nothing will get in my way.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency!
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Osanaga's a cool dude. He's like coughing his lung out and he's all smile and trying to do his job right. Well, that's the autoslave slot. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break. I need to drink some water and refresh my voice. Thanks for coming to the stream again, guys, and thanks for hanging out with me here. I hope you're enjoying the game. And again, these will be archived on YouTube, so if you miss anything, you can feel free to go back later and check it out. I'll even include timestamps at all the different points just so you have an idea of where things are. So let's do 5 minutes, and I'll be back, and we'll get right going again. Thanks, guys. Hey guys, and we're back. How are you enjoying the game so far? How are you enjoying the case? I mean, I've already made it very clear that I love the Great Ace Attorney. My friends probably think that I won't ever shut up about it coming up to the release of this game. Even before it was released, I kept talking about it, telling them to go try out the fan translation. So I'm told that this tutorial case is actually, of all the Ace Attorney games released so far, this game has the longest tutorial case out of all of them. I think part of that is because they have to introduce the setting, which is really important. And some of the tutorial cases in the other games are really, really short. Like Ace Attorney 1 and 2 have incredibly, incredibly short tutorial cases. And I know they're just tutorial cases, but those games only have, well, there's five cases in the first Ace Attorney game. Originally 4, they added the 5th one for the DS. And only 4 cases in the second game, so the tutorials were already really short. That was already like a quarter of the game that went by really fast and didn't really actually have anything going for it. So this game really puts it into it, and in fact, if I remember correctly, we are about 1/3 of the way through the tutorial, so we're kind of past the first act, I guess, of this case. And again, there's 5 cases in total, so my goal is I'm going to finish this case today, so that tomorrow's stream we can start with tomorrow's case. And again, these videos will be archived on YouTube, so if you feel like watching them later, or maybe you miss out on some of it, or you can't make it to one of the streams, you could feel free to go and watch them. But the cases are mostly self-contained. You can still understand it even without knowledge of the other ones. It just makes it better if you have a continuous flow of them. But hope you guys are enjoying this, especially for those of you that might not be familiar with Ace Attorney. I think this set of games is a really good introduction to the series, especially because I think all the other Ace Attorney games do have a lot of they're standalone games, but they make a lot of references to each other. But because these 2 games are standalone on their own, you don't need to know all those references. Plus, I like the fact that these games are grounded in reality. The regular Ace Attorney games do have a little bit of magic or occult kind of stuff in them sometimes, and the cases are still good despite that, but I like that this game doesn't have that. Okay, let's get into the next act. So let's meet this Giselle Brett. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Oh, don't look at me like that, Kazuma. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha ha ha. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems.
you see what happened with that?
No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have any time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because of that I was shut in the pantry. I wouldn't have starved though, there was plenty of food in there. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area.
Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you.
Professor Mikotoba!
Well, it seems I was right. A pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways. Aw, see, Kazuma's such a cool guy.
What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson, who's definitely not Dr. John Watson, was a young visiting was not young, where did I get the word young from? Was a visiting professor at Yume. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget who we're going up against. A gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside to the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow, before those old fossils know what's hit them.
Listen to that. Look at that cool pose he struck. The wind billowing on his ribbon. His theme playing in the background. Have I mentioned that Kazuma's my favorite character in like all of Ace Attorney? I think he's definitely on my like top 10 favorite characters of all time, I think. Kazuma?
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With extra large portion, of course. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Achi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry? Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down on our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy!
I think the Steam version, actually I think all versions have dual audio, so you can change them. However, the audio only affects like the objection bubbles, the hold it, and the animated cutscenes. So there isn't actually that much voice acting in these games, but I do believe it's dual audio for Steam and Switch and PS4.
You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical.
Yep, this game is on Steam as well.
Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
The original Ace Attorney trilogy is also on Steam and on Switch. I don't know if it's on PlayStation, but if you're interested or if you like this game and you want to get more, I highly recommend going and looking those up. The original Ace Attorney trilogy is pretty good. Unfortunately, a lot of the other games besides these ones and the trilogy are not on Steam or the digital stores yet. So, but they are really good games. I do recommend this series. And this game is a great starting point. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Look at this character development already happening. I love this first case. It does so much for Ryunosuke. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats! And your dog too!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone! Bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Is that true? No idea.
So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnaval.
But yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first! Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. So remember, they're in Japan, right? So all these things we're reading, they're actually saying in Japanese. And Kazuma and Ryunosuke do study English at the university, which is like it's a Japanese university, but there's British influence there. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. Well, you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say...
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment, or, well, this is Hosonaga, the very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Look at her outfit, it's so elaborate. Yeah, it looks like doctor's writing when she speaks, right? Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Oh, come on, Brett. Here, I'll help you. Let's give you some dialogue.
Yeah, I'm British. How'd you know?
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Can I get a bowl of water?
After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
It's Tuesday, innit?
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
This is... Oh, okay. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at the Snow White Angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go.
The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however.
Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter.
That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh yes, Your Excellency. Okay, let's see. I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. We got into a fierce argument. Not long afterwards, the accused took the gun. I don't carry a gun.
So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him.
which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful woman, gentlewoman from the Great Britain. Stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Hey, you're wearing the same thing as me, Kazuma, just because you wore it better. Yes, you did wear it better. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for those flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Okay, so I'm just gonna... She has 5 statements. I'm going to just skip straight to the fierce argument one to press.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyways, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all... speak English.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. The part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that, it's when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Okay, so maybe I should just start pressing from the beginning then.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No.
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems.
So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yes, with which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is!
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hada clinic, correct?
That's right.
Supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact?
Seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment.
So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett?
That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left?
Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. Let's add it to the testimony! That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us. What is this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one.
Which one?
The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
Okay, so that's important because... present? In the picture... Is it this picture? Yeah, there's only one glass, which means they could not have toasted.
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ugh.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously it's the cheers.
Cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of the glass make on this case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Bottle of water. Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious.
Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful lady of mischief?
What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'm actually accusing her of murder. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small, handheld pouch, commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. We just know that she's a kleptomaniac now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take this entire glass and shove it in my purse. Very likely, Miss Brett.
This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. A gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Ms. Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order, order, order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. Huh? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really.
I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside! That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. I love Ace Attorney's over-the-top animations and like when people take damage because they've been proven wrong and stuff. Oh, it's so good. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me, I hereby... Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. So let's have a closer look. Aha. Gotcha. Got it, right there. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic... take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. We will identify for the court where in this print we see this significant detail to which you have alluded. It's right here. Let's make sure I actually get it.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Archie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. As soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? She's pretty pale already. I had to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Okay, so it must be... I know what it is, since played this game. It's not in that picture. There it is.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? See, the key in Ace Attorney is you always know you present the right evidence when the music stops. If the music keeps going, that's usually a bad sign. Yes, Your Excellency, I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? Oh.
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. That's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beef steak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
You can see there's an emblem on the plate. I'd guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnaval. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Achi, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks. Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But... I would say...
Or, this Hosonaga. I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything, like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer. All of us would without question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it, Ryunosuke. Do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead? Huh? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Order, please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible! I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially, it helps relations between my country and yours.
Huh?
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking it in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously offered us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words.
about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when that poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. Come on, guys. You just insulted your country.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Wait, was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and I put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure we don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke has such good animations, compared to, like, Phoenix? Sorry, Phoenix. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Okay. Okay, let's press her on everything.
Yes!
This hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed.
Do you think so? May I ask you something?
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What? Ah!
Haha, what fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well yourself, Ryunosuke. No, everyone's ganging up on Ryunosuke.
Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can!
Yes!
Well, I can't.
Anyway...
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes. Luckily for the rest of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove this, that is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right, Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction,
Wait.
vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Killer blow! This lady's as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see some sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Okay, so I probably have to... I bet Kazuma's gonna give me the tutorial on this. And this is a mechanic that's been brought back from Professor Layton vs. Ace Attorney, which is another game. I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective.
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store, blah blah blah, you've already heard all this.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him, he's lost his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? Oh, there it is! It wasn't there before because we didn't have the tutorial. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right, with the cross pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with the D-pad and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Oops, the D-pad is this one.
Excuse me!
Yeah, what the... What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his own thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Hmm?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. This little baby slap next to Kazuma's. Yes, not to mention the fact he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add? In relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett. Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right, our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Look at that smile on him. He's so proud. Oh, take care of yourself, man! A crime scene thief? Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. Yes, it's lost all of its fizz having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Not that we've ever been able to see her eyes, but you know. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Okay, so now we have new evidence. Okay, so it's this statement. If there's some other way a lifespan can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Might need to examine this first. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Okay, so I guess I don't need to actually examine it.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever for this disgraceful... It is you who should be silent.
So you notice that speech bubble was different from the rest of them. It wasn't an objection, it wasn't a hold it, it was written differently too. Giselle Brett actually gets her own custom speech bubble that says shut up in very pretty font. She's one of the very few people who are not like prosecutors or attorneys to get one. It's pretty cool, huh?
Shut up! Ugh, Of course. Dear lady?
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, milady, to what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, whether it contained poison or not.
Hey, welcome to the stream! Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
Hey, thanks for joining the stream, guys. I appreciate it. We are almost 2/3 of the way through this trial.
And what did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No!
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
Ah, but of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who is by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present this court at this time, or at this point?
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Please, wait.
Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Ooh, things are getting interesting now! Alright, so we've made some interesting progress in this case. So first we brought out Giselle Brett, the mysterious disappearing woman, and now it turns out that maybe Professor Wilson was not shot after all. Maybe he died of poison, or at least that's what Ryunosuke seems to think. Let's take a 5-minute break, and let's resume in a little bit. Thanks for coming to the stream, guys. I hope you are enjoying this game, and I'm really having fun. I thought I'd get tired of doing all the voices, but it's actually really, really fun. Okay, let's take a 5 minutes, and then we'll continue right back where we were.
Hey guys, and we're back. And thanks for coming for those of you that are leaving. I'm glad you guys were able to come and watch and hope you have fun. So we're going to continue with the last section of this trial. Again, just a reminder, this whole stream is just going to be archived on YouTube. So at your leisure, you can go back and watch pieces that you might have missed. And then tomorrow we're going to start case 2, and the cases are usually self-contained enough that you can still understand what's going, even if you don't happen to finish the whole case before, but it does help. All right, let's continue, and let's see what Susato has to say. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Huh, a judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Huh, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you? It's getting kind of crowded behind the bench over here, don't you think? Usually, Ace Attorney games only have 2 people behind the bench at a time.
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English?
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard of that word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. That was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I have summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful, thank you.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. No more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance.
Yes, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. I'll have to politely
Forgive me, Miss Brett. Seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order. This judge is no pushover compared to the usual judge. Most Ace Attorney games have the same judge, or someone who suspiciously looks like him.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Ms. Giselle Brett. I understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. Oh, okay, I guess I was gonna wait to look it up in the court record later, but I'll do it now. I don't want to give away things too far ahead of time, so that's why I didn't want to give it right away. So, synopsis. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Fun fact, a lot of poison dart frogs are called poison dart frogs because they used to think you took the poison from those frogs and used them to make, like, poison darts. But they since found out that only, like, one, maybe two species of poison dart frogs were actually used for that purpose. And there's no conclusive evidence they actually were used for that purpose. In fact, it was usually curare that was used instead. This poison developed from plants. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Pretty scary. Research by sheer coincidence perhaps into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Council? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order, order, order. Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that.
I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. All the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was sleeping peacefully into an endless sleep. For the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must talk. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for an heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Ha ha ha.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
I liked how Hosonaga, like, poured her, like, a half a glass. He didn't give her, like, a small sampling or anything, and he did it, like, fancy waiter style, too. Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Wait, what are you doing? It's a good thing that she has that, like, ribbon holding her hat down, otherwise it would have fallen off her head. Tilted back a little bit when she drinks. You know, her neck must be really strong to hold up that hat. She's got like an entire goose on top of it.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Oh, she has her mask tucked under her arm. That's a neat little detail.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? Y'all look quite stunned.
Well, Hosonaga doesn't. So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Miss Brett!
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
I don't think there was a free demo of this game on the eShop. At least I didn't see one. Ah, yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she... Oh, was about to do Giselle's voice. How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. There are a lot of fan translations for this game, for many years actually, up on YouTube, so maybe you saw one of those.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water still contains poison. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes!
Giselle's report. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Let me just double check that I got the right page. I don't want to mess this up. Page 2. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little rapscallion!
Wow, Ryunosuke, it turns out You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Also, that duck goose thing seemed to be alive this whole time. I thought it was taxidermy. Really? Me? Lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah,
That's right.
good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No?
Order in the court, order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest...
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? Oh, here it comes. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. Aw, Ryunosuke's first objection. He's been nervous up until this whole time. Now we can finally hear his objection theme. That's Ryunosuke's theme playing in the back. I think it's one of the best objection themes in the series. Maybe even one of the best tracks in the whole series. I love it. Next to Asogi's theme, of course. I really like Asogi's theme still. Or Kazuma's theme, if you will.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive. Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. Yeah, her mask seems to grow. I know she's like holding it closer to the camera, but it's so good. As we know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Oh, I almost presented the business card instead. Yeah, it's this one.
Take that!
I was just looking for pieces of paper. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? Toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person without injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Or what if they just don't brush their teeth enough and their gums bleed all the time when they go to the dentist and the dentist flosses their teeth? Either way, I still think it was ballsy for Brett to be ingesting that water, but she knew what she was doing. Plus back then they didn't really have great dentists either, so their gums probably weren't as good as they should be. Inside, yes, like the wound you might have if you just had been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Oh! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. Now my dress is all wet and there's shards of glass all around me. I could have gotten some stuck in my foot. I should have really watched where I dropped that bottle. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! It's like the first time the audience actually said something this time in this trial. Usually in Ace Attorney games there's lots of cuts of the audience just murmuring in the background, but we haven't really had that this time. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course! You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Victim Dr. John H. Wilson was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, They must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me, that's an interesting choice of words, for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. On a side note, also, again, from the developer diaries, they were talking about the translation choices for this game. They did try to pick more period-appropriate words to use in this game when they did their translation, but they also wanted to make sure it was understandable. So they tried to pick things, and it was particularly difficult for the Japanese side, because they would pick phrases that were used in the Meiji era, and even some of the people proofreading it said, oh, this kind of sounds weird, I don't think this is right, and they went back and said, no, actually this is what people said back then. So some of the interesting choices of words here and there I think could be attributed to something like that. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is...
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Ugh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. He hasn't said anything since. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, a plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with... Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood.
What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. If you remember from the autopsy report, it said that the gun did not go through his body all the way. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense.
Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Oh, Hosonaga got a brief moment where he had a voice. Well, I mean, he has a voice every time he coughs, right? So they must have hired someone. This This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to.
Inspector, you mean...
Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime.
You're sweating now, huh, Brett?
I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you'd been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice.
Yeah, you go, Hosonaga, you're awesome.
Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now.
Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately.
Yes, sir! Oh, he's so excited to finally be of use. I mean, he's been useful this whole time, but... Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. It's very cold now, it's been sitting out here for 3 days. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Ah!
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may have finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost.
Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what.
Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Okay, let's do that now. Huh? What in the world is this?
I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe.
No, I don't mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban?
Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable.
This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoei Koban.
I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bouillon in bouillon.
I forgot that Asogi does a couple puns here and there. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Right. Remove it. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look.
What? Are you thinking of eating it?
No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure, my heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. Aw, you're cute, Ryunosuke. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There is another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. What precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Well, first I gotta lift it. Wait. Are we gonna go through the same dialogue again? Alright, I have to hit the button for present instead of examine.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's...
Koban?
What on earth? A Hoya one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question, how should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd, we're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath this piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now, even though I'm just a student.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? I swear, everyone in here has, like, goldfish memories. Yes, it's obvious, there's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be... the antiques dealer and owner of Ruste, Kiro Correcta-san.
Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei Koban, my prize coin.
Then this Hoyer Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please. Why would Correctasan's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Correctasan back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. This little baby's still there. What is this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this rusty shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Correcto-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your rusty memory serves, have you ever seen—
What? Yes, that's it! The one! The very one! The very exact one! It is!
Oh no, did that knife get stuck in his foot? The baby looks so distraught.
The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! It can't be!
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing?
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation.
Le Carnaval is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant that attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Correctasan's koban is all too clear.
What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Correctasan's koban and hid it under the stake? Well, it had to have been Iesanosa.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesanosa. What? How? How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido was the mastermind behind all this! You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Oh, here it comes. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Imperial Court. Sir. Ow, that sounded so painful, the stretching on his mustache, and now his mustache is all crooked. I like how the son, after causing all that ruckus, just politely just sat down and saluted. Very obedient. So if you're not aware, in Ace Attorney, usually when people finally get proven wrong, they have like a breakdown animation, which is like an over-the-top funny animation that shows that they've kind of been exposed, and that was his. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why I blamed him for the theft. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go in there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. I'm surprised the old man hasn't like attacked him by now. He's standing right next to him. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Well, that's you.
Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Oof.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... Something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. That's the case. Don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard! Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late, the trial will be over.
Hold it!
Oh, see, now he's using hold it instead of yes. So he's becoming more and more of a lawyer in his own terms. He's using objection and hold it instead of just saying hi to everything. Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously... Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave every... I've heard enough, you irritating little speckled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady...
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. she's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today?
You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase.
Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple.
If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been what?
Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga.
What?
I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping on my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Corrector-san's coin, he told us he'd slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you, so yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's stake, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's stake after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. And she's biting down on her mask. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. Yeah, there we go. This is the pursuit theme for this game. So in Ace Attorney games, there's like an objection theme that they say when they say objection, an important point. And then there's a pursuit theme, which is like, you're nearing the end of the trial and everything's coming to a head.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, or Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now, we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you're eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Hosonaga has a great smile. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table, with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you.
Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. 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 Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure.
So I think the cute thing is if you look at the art book for the Great Ace Attorney, it's on the front cover, it's a collage of all the characters in the game, and there's tiny little chicks hidden everywhere between the characters, and that's in reference to this scene. I also wanted to mention this earlier, but I didn't want to spoil it, potentially. But so Giselle Brett, her name, Giselle, if you take away the LE on the end, Giselle is actually the name of a type of gun or a type of bullet. In the Sherlock Holmes novels, there is one adventure where Dr. Watson, who remember in this game is changed to Dr. Wilson, was shot by a Giselle bullet. So her name, Giselle, is actually a reference to the fact that she killed Dr. Watson. Or not killed in the... Well, in this game it killed, yes. In the Sherlock Holmes novels, I think he just gets wounded. Her last name, Brett, the fan translation also uses Brett, but in the Japanese original spelling, Brett, the way you put it in Japanese, it looks like Brett, right? Brett. And so the R sound and the L sound in Japanese are kind of similar, right? So Brett could also be translated as bullet. So her name is literally Giselle Bullet, the type of bullet that struck Dr. Watson in the Sherlock Holmes novels.
Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
I'm surprised she's kind of giving in. She was very, very adamant earlier.
It was I who took the professor's life, using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair, such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know the professor was always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt?
So I was right. There were two guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because, of course, you need to make it look like the defendant has shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd pick up the gun.
So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
So it's interesting to note, because these games take place in Meiji-era Japan, you know, forensics wasn't as developed back then. If this was modern day, like they do in some of the recent Ace Attorney games, you could examine ballistic markings from the guns, right, to see if the bullet indeed came from that gun by examining the markings of the barrel of the gun and comparing it to the bullet. Kind of like fingerprints for a gun and its bullet. That would have cleared all this up right away, but of course, they couldn't do that. In a way, I think the absence of all these forensics adds to these games, kind of like in Danganronpa. If you ever play Danganronpa, they have trials like this. Because they don't have access to a forensic expert on the scene in those games, we often have to rely on more kind of circumstantial evidence, which, in my opinion, makes the games better because we as viewers, you know, we aren't versed in forensics, so we wouldn't have all that information. So it kind of makes the plot a little bit more simplified, and it makes it easier for them to write interesting stories. There were so many times during this case where it felt like we were going the right direction, and then suddenly we were throwing a curveball, which I think was pretty neat. It always felt like we were reaching the end, but it was just out of grasp.
Your Excellency?
Yes?
I wonder... might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
She used an honorific for him. It would seem that this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be! Taketsuchi does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student!
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo?
What, yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Okay, look at Naruhodo very carefully during this next quick animation. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Okay, look at Ryunosuke. A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. I like how Ryunosuke knew exactly what Kazuma was going to do. He knew to move out of the way. So that's kind of in reference to the fact that his descendants, Winston Payne and Gaspin Payne, are never able to beat Phoenix Wright in court. And in fact, when he cuts his hair like that, now he has like a mullet. It almost looks like the mullet that Winston Payne has in Apollo Justice. So it's kind of a running gag that Winston Payne is bald, and he tries to cover it up with his like toupees and his mullet and stuff. So basically, Kazuma seemed to have cursed his family to always lose to Naruhodo's family. Will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Ouchie's still stuck in his pose. This court is now adjourned. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha ha ha. No. It was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon, all your hard work has certainly paid off. I can barely remember. Oh no, you're not Mikotoba, you're Susato. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know? Oh no, I didn't do any. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. I can barely remember his voice, since it was so long ago. I don't think it really fits him, but... I'll just work around that with later episodes, I guess. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job! Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Or, that's Kazuma's voice. Presumably, that's where you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides... It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I will learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Great for cutting hair. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the court today, very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. So that explains why she was so confident, I guess, leaving the courtroom despite being exposed. Why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So, Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that's for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Minister has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil, this great era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnaval? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Not a sponsor, but I do work there. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To Le Carnaval! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, Le Carnaval's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. Someone around here is responsible, I guess. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just want to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I believe in you, Kazuma. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. But, come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you had a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. I guess it helps that you've played all those other Ace Attorney games before, right? Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? Believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. You have to make a choice for what to believe and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, Your face seemed hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Aw, come on, Asogi. You know I depend on you, man. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga, you still haven't wiped your lips. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And you're a study to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, he didn't really play much of a part, but still. Oh, come on, Ryunosuke, Hosonaga was great. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. And more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh, you can't see it because my portrait is covering it, but it says end right here behind me. Save your progress, yes. Alright, so that's the first trial of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It was really fun. It's quite a long stream. I'm really glad that the stream held up. We didn't have technical difficulties. It gave me so much anxiety thinking about it the last couple of days, especially given that the streams that we attempted weren't really working very well. So I'm glad it really worked out. again, I'll say it again, I love these games so much. Like, they're the best Ace Attorney games, and despite having already like knowing what happens, I'm really enjoying this, and it's still a nice little surprise to see how they've like translated some things and relived some of these experiences. It's been a couple of years since I watched these and played it for myself, so we will resume this tomorrow. In fact, I'll be streaming every single day at 7 p.m. Pacific, and my goal is to do 1 case a day. So this game has 5 cases, and then Great Ace Attorney 2 has another 5 cases. So it'll take 10 days, and then there'll be a couple extra days where we look at all the bonus DLC and the like artwork and the music and the extra skits that they have. So it'll be super exciting, and I'm really excited. Thank you so much for joining me. This is like kind of the first, it's not my first live stream, but I kind of consider this kind of my first big like actual live stream. I have my live 2D model. I'm streaming from my computer instead of just doing it straight from like the built-in software on the PlayStation 4 or whatever. So I'm really glad it worked out, and I'm really glad you guys are supporting me. All those messages on Twitter you've been giving me, greatly appreciate it. You guys are all like the Kazuma to my Ryunosuke, even though I kind of wish I was Kazuma, but I am not cool enough to be Kazuma. Coolest character ever. One of my favorites in the Ace Attorney series in total. So with that, then thanks again for coming, guys. Don't forget, if you haven't subscribed, I would really appreciate that. I'm trying to get 100 subscribers so I can get a custom channel URL. Would be very handy to have. And I'll see you tomorrow. Keep an eye on me on Twitter, at Kirostyle on Twitter, or subscribe here and ring that bell to get notifications on when I do my stream. But again, it's going to be 7 p.m. Pacific time, pretty much every day for the next 10 days. Thanks again, guys. Take care, and good night.